There's a mistake in the stream software. Let's see. Actually live. It is live. Check the settings in OBS. Stream status is not shown. Sharing the agenda today. Okay, it's good to go. Today is Wednesday. After Monday's stream, and where did we leave off Monday? I think it was this context menu. So we can either continue this context menu work today or do some other complement. But I also have to do the hub stuff. Let's also update the stream title. So today we are doing GitHub stuff. We are going to Figma. Start reading this section. All good. Did I mention any scenario stuff here? Okay, I think this is the part where I could tie this in to the scenario part. Let's create a new section. So let's call it scenario goals. So player may have choices, but sometimes the scenario will either limit you in the way you can do certain things, or will actually scenario will expect you to do certain things. A particular scenario goal might be making 50 jars of the year. Situation like this. Money is so we may players maybe funding or generous. I think as a note here, geography part, whether a scenario makes sense for a particular city or according to geography, and by that kind of mean the issue where we do first. Yeah, that's the discussion. Go and read. So whether a scenario makes sense for a particular city or not, according to the geography, is yet to be decided. If selected city suitable for raising stands, the player can make. We may apply some scenarios only for certain cities. Explanation. Read it. I think this discussion may have a lot more topics, but I think it's fine for the time. I'll check the sprint just finished one. I think this should be small. Um, we're actually doing. Yeah, we are not actually uh, checking if it's just one Bible. We need everything available, every quantity. This is going to have probably more issues created as an enhancement for the quantity. This issue itself has been implemented. Graphic design details are in figure here. Yeah, so for seeds, all the seed options are available. Maybe some of this will be disabled sometime. And if all is disabled, then we won't even display this guy. And if there is no manufacturer available, then the buy option here, the shop option won't even be available. So he just can't shop for the time being. Was handled, enable shop button and is actually done. I'll close the issue. This was adjusting. I expect to see a shop button while I'm browsing the market. We'll bring up the market. Again, the way we are doing this right now, I think through hard code, we are always assuming for certain products to be unavailable all the time. You expand turnip, it's not going to be built. We're assuming there are no available manufacturers. That information is hard coded, but The logic is working. We just have to change how we come to that kind of conclusion, not as a result of hard coding, but through some calculation that product available in the market. That is a separate issue. Will satisfy this condition, but this condition is actually itself. So table is actually hand in hand. Yeah, if the browse item is not available, the manufacturers. I think this may have to be separate. Not for sale current. I'm not quite sure if this actually has been done to this extent. I'll actually move this to 46. Can I move this to a different? And I think here we have to see. Okay, there are no columns here with the card. Can we change this after? So the way I remember, create a project, select one of these. It was useful. Do in progress done. It's as if there was one more column, right? Coming with this. Something with the review. You actually have to do in progress. Let's create another project. Change the board name later. Let's create the automated. Queue. Let's close this project. Close it. Does close it, but it does. It's not. I do remember. Maybe it's the reviews. This one. Leave this empty because the other one has some. Ah, in progress. For a second, it actually showed it. The review thing, it showed it. There you go. I swear, for a split second, it actually showed 4 columns here. Yeah. Okay. Weird. It showed this, and then this one is a card. It's actually going to. It doesn't matter though. When I close this, it's good. Could always add that card separately. This is now going. This is going to have remove all the cards, archive. Table, write a note here. Write note here. Go to issue for full details. Let's do that. You know, I think instead of doing that, because the half of it is done. There is no tooltip. Um, Tooltip being done. I think this is fine. The player when I use weighted items. Now this issue has been changed. You go to the issue. There's some deliberation. Decided not show. Instead, so the change can checked. But we do update the image. And maybe I'll move this issue and edit. For now, I think this can be closed. Reviewing the item in the player. I want to select an item from place involved. We are done with that too. This is actually the cause to the change previous item I disclosed. I would like to see the label gram to change the kilogram if my crossover. Okay, so I think Jordan did this, but instead of gram, we did it for the number of seats. Go to the issue. Jordan has with enumeration with values that following way. Break the sentence. Instead of using weights, displaying seats. The 1,000 threshold logic above. I think that's been implemented to a certain extent. That looks okay now. There's room for improvement, but we'll get that. But we'll get to that point with an enhancement. But this is, I think, done. I think he's showing like 1.13 digits. That's what I remember. So maybe we may display just one digit. You know, we do the 1,000. We'll close this. I think which one has carrot? Maybe it's changed because he showed me that. Oh, maybe buy something. Buy like 320 seats. Let's buy 3 of. That's good. Firm comes under orders. Done. Now it's. I think this may. It's where I bought carrots. I think I remember seeing that. Let's close the screen. Maybe there's a mistake there, but let's buy it again. Buy 4. Good. Still the same. Okay, let's select and plan 5. So this actually has updated. The order amount has not been registered. Anything, I should be seeing a really high number here. Uh, maybe that's a bug. It comes, but let me pull this aside. Screen. Data. Dictionary. Thought he kept the inventory in the. Oh, that silly bug. Screen refresh thing. yeah, the editor bug. It's refreshing the screen here. To display the values, you cannot read. Shopping cart data is empty. Orders data is actually see shit. At least I get to see these too. Filter this. Score data dot. Now, how did we deal with this? I remember looking this up. It's a well-known bug. I think like beyond the second level, you just this you don't get to see it. This happens with arrays too. If I can access that data, it's the this actually has a local variable to store the. It's in there. You can tell like it's refreshing it. Settings, refresh, property editor, auto refresh interval. Let's make this 3. Turn it up. Annoying thing. Okay, remote. This is the remote inspect refresh interval. This is too short. It's too sets done. See, even then it actually. That's what I mean. So the thing is, it's okay that it refreshes, but it closes things. Doesn't close every other thing. It closes it beyond a certain level. We are looking for vegetable. Carrot. Size is 1. The dictionary. Carrot. Description. Oh, this is actually not the inventory. Just my data information. Then my question is, where is he holding the inventory information? Entry panel. Start from here. Okay, I kind of remember having a conversation about this. He said, "Don't look here." Yeah, I think I know exactly what he means. PNG and this TG. Kind of get what he's doing with this lookup here. Okay, I think for all intents and purposes, from this point of view, we will assume this is actually done. Yeah, a proper testing has to be done. I'm assuming this is done, but maybe we'll open it and create a. We just deal with this. We open. Oh, okay, we did, but we removing a plant. Regardless if a plant is dead or not, player should be able to take the action to remove. 6 minutes, the player should be able to should also be offered an option to throw without snow. Get some more sunlight. Here's the plant. Click this. Here's the. But this is the option that okay. I'll actually pull his changes. I'm gonna type. I'm gonna try to call him and speed this up. Hey Jordan. Hey, streaming. Yeah, I'm streaming too. I'm closing the GitHub stuff, but I was stuck somewhere. I was checking their work. I was testing. Yeah, and then I realized, well, I can either ask you to commit the changes, like you showed me some stuff that doesn't exist in my uh, like when I pull the latest changes. Yeah, so so I'm basically looking at the 3 items that are left in to do from the previous sprint. So I looked at the first one, removing a plant, which we said from the context menu, the player could always remove a plant. Okay. Okay. So yeah, and then the design of that menu has changed. So, but the functionality has been implemented as far as I remember. That's correct, right? Okay. So I'll move that issue to the done for the previous sprint. Okay. I have two more shopping interface. Because if you're in the middle of something, I don't want it to stop just so that I can get the latest commits. As a player, see if I click the shop button. Okay, I think that's done too. Yeah, that's done too. Updating inventory after placing stackable items in the world. I think that's done too. Successful placing an item should decrease the necessary amount for the item. Okay, that's done too. So I noticed one thing. I have one last question for you. Remember, we were going to uh, when an item goes over 1000, we were going to divide it by 1000 and then put the decimal form, like 1 comma something. I remember you showing me that it worked. I was going to test it. So I had some like 99 carrots in the inventory. So I bought some like over 1000 carrots from the market. I waited for, like, I fast forward the date so that the order would actually arrive. And I didn't see the items added to the inventory. We may have a bug there. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Ah, I see. I see. Okay. Okay. Sure. The famous carrot. Yeah. Eat your carrot. Okay. Yeah. Huh? Sure. For this. Yeah. 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 I couldn't see that. Yeah. For me, it didn't work. It always stayed 99. But you know what? Maybe because I don't have your commits. Maybe it's fixed in your commit. So, which is all right. But I mean, this was done a while ago, so I'm thinking, why should it not be working? Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like you, I bought more than 1,000. Like, I didn't have to push the number manually to 999. I was at 99, but I bought like thousands of carrot seeds. So yeah, it could be. But I remember that you showed me this, that it worked. So I marked it as done. So we are covered right now. So there's no problem. So that means I can proceed with my work and you don't need to do anything extra. So just so that I know, like, I wasn't prematurely closing the task. Yeah. Uh-huh. Sure. Yes. Yes. An immortal plant. Hmm? Yeah, 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 yeah. It's sucking the water. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Yeah, I see. I see good progress there with the soil, water values, and such. The cute, cute idea. Cool, cool. Okay, so I think tomorrow morning we'll do our scrum and then we'll recap. But I'm happy with the first sprint. I moved everything to the done, and I'm actually making some notes in the issues. Some may be reopened later, but as far as the sprint is concerned, they have been implemented. There may be bugs, but that's not the point. Okay, awesome. So thank you and have a good afternoon. You too. Bye bye. Okay, so been implementing some cool stuff. And let's see. Now I have to close some of these issues because although they are underdone, as far as the milestone is concerned, projects, sorry, issues, milestones, we are still 27% complete, which is okay. We also have another sprint where we will actually maybe carry over some of this half done stuff into the to do of the next sprint here. Okay. Can I easily see how many of these things have closed? I see. Canceling as a player when I change my mind. I think this has been done. This has been done. It's not implemented yet in the game, but this is the art project. This is done. Something that we were just discussing. Getting inventory after place. Yeah, let's just relook that. Done. Removing a plant. He said this is done, but in the current commit, because we changed the placement of the buttons, the option is not available to the player. The functionality has been implemented. But I think this part is not quite. We are destroying it, but not. I think I'll move this to the next sprint. Then maybe when you do this, it says, "Good." Reviewing the item in the game. This has been done. In fact, that was one of the very first things. Revealing spots that are available. Shaders to the rescue. This has been done. Reviewing plants done. I think. Didn't I just close this? Reviewing the item. Uh, I think this was a bit different. There was a difference between the. I think I'll move this to the next project. put it under view and meeting triage. I cannot, okay. Sure, if we hide this with structure or item, have a separate viewing, which this type of preview strains not objects. Let's reopen and comment. Closed it 2 minutes ago. I'll reopen. It's now under. I thought I. Oh, I see it automatically. Silly me. Let's go and sprint. Okay. Viewing plants. This has been done. When you look here now, it's going to look 61 complete. Now today's task then is to populate next sprint. This area has to be so that in 10 days or so we could have more for this. That's the goal. To get some water. See our issues. I should be writing a lot of issues. which is challenging because the more you write, the more likely that you'll be writing a very similar, if not. But as far as a minimum viable game goes, looking at current progress, this has been changed. Jordan has an updated version of this, but I have not got the latest. This is no longer a horizontal slider, vertical slider. It looks more this, a much wider area. Um, so the issues will basically be, well, every single one of these will be an issue. There will be more issues about their working condition. I think, in fact, I'm going to be making this as the first sprint. The player, when I'm looking at the details of my planting unit, it holds a bunch of plants. For a particular plant, if I hit one of these buttons, say barrel, um, this button should be unavailable if I don't have rain barrel garden or barrel is empty or in a broken. That is, in essence, just three separate issues. And even this could be broken down to. This should always be available. Should always use water. Now, either under the same issue as a separate, uh, when you choose this option, you're essentially going to pay money for watering. Because as your garden grows and you more water, it's utility cost. And we will deduct the cost right away, or maybe we will deduct the like it's the water bill coming at the end of the month. That actually is a separate issue. You put it right under like, oh, we just water plants, which then seems to be a very minor issue. All economics aspect, watering function. Okay, let's let's start writing one. Also thinking in terms of planning. Get the calendar. Today is pretty much sprint planning. Tomorrow, Friday, we have whole next week. That's 7 days. We may assume in 15th by the end of Tuesday. So we have 9 days. Um, looking at the progress we have made. Let's see. I think it would be okay. We have rain system. Jordan is implementing the water level soil. When a plant is in a growing spot, every hour or so, whatever, it's sucking the water. So now that I see him doing that, I think I should be writing these two. And in the minimum viable game, maybe I should actually put the option that the player can buy a rain, but maybe no other structure. Be a trellis and a rainbow sprint. Trade issues. Open my own library. Issue. Um, as if I'm writing this issue specifically for the minimum viable game. I think kind of going to separate it like this. It's a special case, special request. Place a rain barrel. Actually, let's just have it available in the game world, and we'll actually write the code. Okay, so then we are making a special case. It's done. You start down that road, writing special cases, then it's always special pleading. Speaking of which, I think one of the first issues that I wrote is rain barrel watering. This issue has now changed. This is fine. We are not going to click the rain barrel. Want to use rain barrel to water plant. But how it is done is the developers here. We are looking at text menu, boxed traits. There will be rain barrel. This icon will be if the following conditions are there is a working rain barrel, no damage, is that covers it, right? Existing rain barrel. Actually, this is becoming, if there's a working rain barrel. The following condition: no substantial damage, meaning if the tap is broken, it it can't fucking work, can it? The barrel has water, because if there is no water, how can you do it? It's as if I just thought of a third condition that makes sense. Now, there are some edge cases where maybe you need a hose so that the tap water can be, like the water from the tap can be taken further away from the rain barrel. These are fine details. Right now, I think it's just enough that you have a rain barrel in the garden that is full and it's not damaged. This icon will be disabled if there is no rain barrel or the above conditions are. Okay, let's highlight this for yeah, add to the dictionary. I'm fed up with this compound word or not. Folks can decide what it is. I don't want to deal with that anymore. So this is how the rain barrel watering is supposed to work. Where are we? Here. We are still not talking about what is supposed to happen. Click that icon. Talked about the availability, but this is not exactly what this is. As if it's a separate issue. Let me create a separate issue. New issue. Let's repurpose this. Rain barrel. I think I'm going to start a new chain of issues here. Availability of something. Rain barrel watering. As a player, I understand that rain barrel watering may not be available all the time. I will see the book disabled and investigate, and I might want to investigate why such an option is not available. So, note to the developer, this icon will be enabled if there's a working blah 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 blah. So this still doesn't talk anything about the watering, which is discussing it. That's awesome. This going to the next sprint, and it is actually going to be part of mobile game. Now this is a UX concern. See, the other one is not exactly UX concern. This is you are supposed to know what is happening. That's fine. Use my rain barrel to water my. When we are looking at the clicking this icon, if enabled, we are going to put the issue here why it may not. I think this maybe needs some sub item here. Now imagine the scenario where the player has multiple rain barrels. As long as there is one, that button is more than enough. If the player has more than one rain barrel, okay, let's word that differently. As long as the player has at least one rain barrel, we are going to be able to water another kind of condition. Actually, one working rain barrel. I think that is also discussed here. Rain barrel watering. I think this seems too little, but it might be enough. A good start. That's fine. Fine. This is no longer invalid. Ooh, update the comment because it was not making any sense before. Should go in here. Done. Availability of this did not rainbow watering this. Okay. I think while I'm here, I can create a rain barrel here. Repairing is a general issue though. Some things will need repair. But let's put it here for maybe minimum viable game that if we put that rain barrel in the world and maybe the button will not be available at first, maybe we'll nudge the player to go and bring up the context menu for rain barrel so they can player should clear my rain barrel. Its condition is in shambles. So what is the developer's concern? It is basically in the rain barrel context menu. We will display a repair button. Player can take the necessary action. What is the cost of this? This should decrease the player's cash. By how much? I don't know. I don't know. Milestone is also a minimum viable game. Project is this. Label is this is some kind of module that is not exactly farming. I think we need a new label for this. Something like module. Sure. Thing the player can do. The player will be able to move objects around too. This goes into that kind of something like fixing things, constructing things, that sort of thing. There will be actions like that. That is not necessarily farming, but it's some kind of activity. Now we put activities as the module for it's like extracurricular activities kind of thing. Maybe I will relabel this. Or I will maybe stick this kind of operation. Yeah, I think I'll do that for now. I think selling at farmers markets at this point is a much later thing to do. I see. There's a character limit. Observing your harvest. So okay. Moving, repairing things, also selling at farmers market. This issue is then activities. Decided. When we repair stuff. Now this may actually turn into a generic issue, just like we did with the availability of something. I think I should just say pairing stuff. This is where we can be a bit general. I should repair my stuff. Its condition is in shambles. But here we could actually be more specific. In a rain barrel context menu, we will display the player can take them. That's it. Generic and specific enough. Done. So far about rain barrel, we could repair it if it's available with water. And whether we know if it's available or not, or whether it's available or not, we know about it. Done. And now let's actually move on to uh, normal watering. The rain barrel watering. Um, was there a name for this? Can we now call it like faucet watering or? I think I'll call it tap watering, but I'll explain what it is. Yes. I think this will also be farming. It affects soil. and farming module watering. This is also directly about watering too. Different to soil and farming. The player, I want to be able to water my plants, water all the time. Unlike rain barrel watering, this option will always be available to the player. Clicking this button will water the selected. Will actually we are not. Sometimes we water the whole unit, not exactly the plant. Will will cost the player. There will be the cost of many things, but I guess we are going to follow each action's cost under its own, the way we are doing here. Cost to player. By how much? I don't know. I may have to revisit some of these later, but this is done. I think we are quickly getting to that point where when I was investigating the player economics under discussions, I think I need to be writing some issues about the players' money situation so that these cost calculations can be done against that condition. Tap watering. Now, whether there's a tap in the garden and if it's too far to the parts further in the garden, we need a hose or not, those are later game details. We could write an issue about that later. Okay. Okay, so I think it's about time we wrote the economics part. Let's check if we already have issues. Um, and I think the best thing to do is that's why you need to label things. Um, Players inventory. Let's check that. I don't think this has any economics part. Buying anything. Because I bet we'll have to create some kind of issue that will be shared by two labels, which is the module market and module economics. Because you cannot buy something if you don't have enough cash. So that items buy or confirm button in the market interface should be disabled if you don't have enough cash. So that involves two modules. think so. I think we need a new module this time. It's about cache. I think I'm going to repurpose this. Uh, we already have discussion points to mark to be discussed. Go ahead and discuss it. Module economics. Players situation. Module will most likely be coupled with other modules most of the time. Just like that, it's done. New issue. Display players cache. Yeah, that's the thing. I was in the middle of designing something, right? Zip market. This stuff. I was actually going to do some time icons, fast forwarding time, and music selection and players cache. Yeah, we have some work to do. Okay, okay. I think I'm going to write a few more issues. Maybe have lunch, and then come back to Figma and then get it. Uh, Now, the way we discussed is under discussion is that there are still certain parts of this game that is not quite ironed out. The cache available to you in this game may not necessarily be the player's cache. Let me rephrase it. I think this is the concept I keep hearing from people who do gardening, that they allocate money for their garden, and it's basically that they have that much budget, that's it, and whatever they can buy for their garden, it's basically that. And if they go over budget, that's it. That, like, they don't want to spend more time or more money, because that is basically eating away. Um, you can either buy furniture or go and spend that money in your garden. So an important question will be, what happens if you run out of cash? The game lost, or you wait enough time to recover, because every month, maybe, you're assuming the player is working a full-time job, and then let's put some money in, because you'll be playing this game for many months and years. That's like the scenario. It's not Farmville that you half an hour for things to finish. And it's like in real life, you have to wait for things to can speed up the game time. But say in the next few minutes, you could actually finish 1 month game time, which will actually enable some cash for you. So, so, so is this really an issue here? What am I really writing? That I would like to see my cash situation? Yeah, that's kind of expected. But what is it about it that actually makes this issue worthy enough? I think if anything, there will either be an automatic trigger of cash injection, or that we need to offer another interface where player has enough cash in their life that they will be allocating some of that cash for gardening operations. Might be that. I think I am kind of leaning more towards interface where we do cash allocation, because at the beginning of a game session we may ask the player how much money they want to enable per month. It may be an unnecessary detail, but let's keep in mind that whatever you are doing in your garden, since it's cutting down the grocery costs, eventually your garden is bringing you money, because with that extra, with the harvest you are getting, you're not paying the cost of groceries, so the garden is actually making money. So you gotta kind of change the cash flow from spending for the garden into the garden feeding you and your family. So it's like a positive cash flow instead of a negative cash flow. Of course, if you put too little money early on, your garden may never take off. So we may need that kind of interface where each month you have an allocated amount coming into your the cash wheel is updated with that. Exactly picking. We are deciding. I'd like to see an interface where I can decide how much garden each month. This is not exactly a cash station. This is players' monthly cash contribution. Be specific. Um, comment the interface as seen in Figma. Of course, doesn't exist. I should be doing it. Each month, players selected cash will be injected into the available garden funds. Cash value. Really, that is really what this issue is about. We're not talking about if we run out of cash. That's fine. This is just simply cash contribution. We are assuming that the player keeps their job, always the same salary, that kind of thing. We are not gonna get into those details. We might. Hmm? Okay, just checking something that might be important. I'll label this stuff first. Urban Farmer 2. This also involves some art because I have to do it. That. Did you do it? No, did it. Label. This is it's not exactly UX thing because then everything thing. This an economics thing. Yeah, that's it. So create this issue. Back on. Monthly cash contribution. Now, what else can we talk about? Players' cash. Um, Taking a loan might be possible. Situation. Maybe that will be another loose condition. Player takes a cash loan and can pay for the sake of allocating more cash to the garden, sort of thing. Um, I think I will write that, but I won't actually make it part of the minimum viable game. Even this is sort of iffy. I think I'm going to put a note here um, for the minimum. Game. This interface will show up, but we shouldn't ourselves variable cache value. So the injected cache value will be the time being. I think that's it. Then we can actually do stuff later. It's gonna scam phone call as usual. That's that. Okay, let's look under discussions and see this is done. So there's some stuff that is being done by Jordan that I don't think we have created issues, but he's handling them naturally because if when there isn't enough water in the soil, the plant will die. We haven't written an issue about that, but he's actually doing it. So we have bonus cases like that, but I think when a plant is dead and the condition will be dead here, and when we want to move it to the compost, this button, we should just take it to the compost. So I think that's a new issue. Composting plant label farming. This is part of a farming thing. Okay. Now I won't include soil because this is not about soil quality anymore. That's fine. And I think we should go for this for the current sprint. There's a lot to do, but this is just implementing as much as possible the things that are most obvious. And here's how we plan the milestone for now. We'll do as much as possible the most obvious things. Then after that, we are going to have a month of polishing those things. So, say for example here, we won't have the most accurate event, weather system. We will have maybe only rain, but we'll make the rain do something the right way during this month. Where was I? New issue. Composting the plant. As a player, when I decide so, should be able to. Don't I have an issue? I kind of remember writing it. Checking my plant's condition, watering the plant. It's as if only recently I wrote. What do you mean awaiting triage? Checking my plant's condition. This is that context menu. This is actually kind of done or being done. We are now doing this. This also involves, you know what? This is actually going into this Forza art. Yeah, no kidding. But this is just showing the conditions. And what conditions are we planning to show? Not that. I think here mainly I think that's what it is. So this is fine. But in this context menu, now we gotta take care of composting. Now the compost unit is not a bottomless pit. It's not a black hole. A compost unit can be full. Uh, so this is kind of working in the opposite direction of rain barrel. If a rain barrel is empty, you cannot water your plants. And if a compost unit is full, you can no longer put new seeds. So similar to the way we wrote the rain barrel, we will word this. Um, Composting a plant will be possible as long as some conditions, maybe all conditions are met. Such conditions are the player has at least one compost unit room has all conditions. Compost unit has room in it. That's pretty much it. Also, if the compost unit is there, but it's the compost unit is in working condition, meaning doesn't need repairs. That may be a thing too. Module farming. This is also an activity thing. Well, no, repairing is an activity. That's it. Okay, done. Let's look here. We are not going to do the moving part. It's going to be too much work. We'll have a set garden design for the minimum viable game. We will always enable some of these options, but not all the things. Harvesting is, of course, that should be number one thing to do. Another issue, harvesting. As a player, when my plant in harvest is in a harvestable condition, should be able to harvest it. Harvest button, the context menu will be enabled only when condition is condition of the plant is harvestable. Actually, this is still going in that other direction. The harvest button in the context menu will be enabled for the following conditions. Maybe for following all the conditions. Let's see. The plant is harvestable. This actually kind of comes with its own substates. The plant is fully grown. Yeah, I should write it here. The plant is fully grown and has fruit to harvest. Okay. Because when you pick up all the tomatoes from a tomato plant, it's in a fully grown state. The tomato will not grow any longer, but will not have any more fruit to give to you. It's, it's basically impractical to harvest it. What are you supposed to do? Um, then I think this is kind of coming down to only if the plant is fully grown, has fruit to harvest. Now, how we'll do this programmatically is the challenge. Internal, maybe we'll keep the number of fruits this plant has. As long as the player thinks it's harvestable because we have the text marker here, then it's fine. If this is not harvestable, this button should not or disabled. Carrots. This is a project that is for this. Labels is farming. This seems such a simple thing that we have not, like, it's surprising that we haven't written a issue is open harvest. Yeah. I'm debating whether I should have lunch soon. Uh, Start some Figma work. There's still so much to talk about this nutrition. This is like maybe more than like more than 50% of the gameplay. There's a lot going on here because you gotta be able to see like whether the plant needs water or nutrition, whether you need to harvest it, if it's rotting, if it has disease. There has to be other buttons here for disease control as well that I think I have forgotten. Um, yeah. See, we Jordan and I talked about this, so I think yeah he did this watering for all the spots in a certain growing environment as well as the individual water button. We don't have an issue, but I think he's moving forward with that. So that's the thing. Like not everything has turned into an issue. It's the goal of creating issues for us at this point is to remember what needs to be done so we can things in order here. What is being done, the bonus is just done. It's good. seeds, fertilizer, compost. Let me look under issues. Module activity. Do that. It's not gonna show it like labels, module. I think we can do this way. Let's look under farming, composting a plant. I think we should also have fertilizing a plant. Just like a rain barrel, we'll probably have a compost unit that is going to be half full. So we can actually have this button available. And then we'll have these two disabled. So you'll have to buy commercial fertilizer. So that might be one of the issues that I will write before I have lunch break. It's almost 4 o'clock. Fertilizing a plant as a player. I'd like to use my compost fertilize plants. Do this. This is farming. This also involves soil quality because we have to change the soil's condition here. This milestone is. I like to use my compost. I'm still mixing things up. Rain barrel watering, tap watering. Wasn't there another issue that was availability of something? Availability of rain barrel. Okay, availability of composting. Can we copy? No, cannot exactly create a. I can use this edit. Holy moly. Availability of composting. As a player, I understand that fertilizing my plants on compost may not be available all the time. I'll see the icon look disabled and I investigate such an option. If there is a working compost, the sides are broken or the compost is rotten instead of decomposed, the unit is compost material, meaning it's bigger than 0%. There is no post unit. That's it. This is what's the labels? This is a UX thing, not exactly an operation. Some expectation. It's either met or not. It's that. I think availability of composting, rain barrel, yeah, they kind of go hand in hand, and they are going to be the kind of thing that will apply to other similar cases. Now, on the other hand, just like watering a plant, watering a plant. See, this is from 9 days. This is still creeping in here. This is also a context menu is open and a plant is selected. In that they will click the water icon. Which icon? This has changed. Tap watering, rain barrel watering. Rain barrel watering is actually watering a plant. This has now changed. This is like a sort of duplicate invalid issue now. Now there is the watering icon for the whole unit, but even that comes with its own two versions here. This is just it opens these two buttons. Click. So this is kind of redundant. We could actually repurpose this. Let's mark this invalid for now. I think I have buying anything. This is also invalid. Context menus, fertilize icon. I think this is, what was I saying? It's about the rain barrel watering. Let's read that issue and what did I write? Let's see. Something like this for the compost. So I'll just take this shamelessly, dump it here, and then format it. I like to use my compost to fertilize. So this is the part that I'm okay with. Once clicked, okay, let's also put the availability issue here to once click. This issue is different. Availability of compost 67. Very available enable. Will remove compost material from compost unit. Now this is where it gets tricky with the soil values. Once the compost is added to the plant or unit, this should change the soil conditions. But how? We don't know at this point. This is planned for the next sprint, but I think this needs some discussion. Hello, YouTube viewer. I don't know who you are. I can't see your name, but I see the numbers going up. Welcome. Was about to take a lunch break, but I could go on a bit longer. Because sometimes when I leave it in the middle of my process here, I tend to forget what I was doing. So kind of want to wrap it up anyway. Just for the time being, we've been writing new issues for our next sprint, agile sprint. So we could actually break down into chunks of um, like the milestone. We have to hit certain milestones, and we are breaking process down to certain dates. I Okay, so this number was 67, I think, at some point a few hours ago. We now brought it back to 40% because we have opened new issues. That's good in a sense, so we can move forward, more stuff done, get the pretty design. Again, we have like 9 business days. I don't want to cram too much work into 9 days. So we did watering with rain barrel that exists in the garden. We'll also have another compost unit similar to that will always exist. Those two will be done. Yeah, maybe we'll hard code this and it will always be enough because maybe we'll do the real nutrition part in the polishing phase after June 15th. Because we just want to see this grow, get like basically become harvestable so that we can hit this button. That may kind of conclude the basic gameplay. I think, yeah, I'm going to take that lunch break. It's 4 p.m. Going to put the stream on pause and we'll continue with maybe Figma work. Okay, I'm back. Lunch break is over. Let's do some Figma work. We've done enough issues. Let's do a recap. Done. Did this commenting something. I think when I took this, I think 67 was 7 is this fertilizing a plant. Yeah, okay, this is reference correct. I think this is all good. This on this top left corner. I think. So what is the goal today in Figma? We discussed some economics for the player, the cash situation, cash flow, that kind of thing. Buttons for moving the time forward. We need other buttons to pause or skip to the next music. Things like that. I think we have one more. Oh, when I say time controls, we also have to display. Let's write down the concerns. Cache, time display, time controls, big controls. Let's set 4 topics. This cache may also come with its controls too. We discussed the money injection into may actually tie into finances, like a shortcut button. Now, unlike the other game that we're designing, I think microgreens actually had uh, company logo, I think. Now we can still do the daytime display in a similar fashion too. I don't think it makes sense to create a logo for the player. You're not going to be running a company, but just the urban farmer. Instead of this logo, what I was planning that we would actually have maybe sunset, sunrise, some kind of display there. That's the inspiration to go for. Actually, can I copy stuff between this one? Good. Deal with this. Now I will most likely turn this into components so that they're between people. I think we have a year condition. Uh, let's break this component. I knew shortcut wise. To look like a component. So I cannot ungroup you, or I can break you apart. Happening because I took this. Anyway, this is here for a guideline. You have this silly round shape. This proportion is kind of like 360. Have a round shape here. I think we are going to need that flat icon. If there is icon for it. I actually already have some like describing if it's getting enough sun. But this looks more like sunrise, sunset. But we could actually have three icons. It's brightest thing, sunset and sunrise. We'll find some other inspiration. Let's create this page. Also say sunrise. Compare the icons. Hmm? So here's an icon that's basically showing it's the sunrise. I bet, yeah, something sounded. I kind of like this idea that the arrow is at the bottom, so it actually comes the shape, the circular area. Because when you put the arrow above the horizon line, then the total height of the icon looks awkward. We had that issue here. That's why I created a fake horizon here with just one line. Looked like it was cut off here. The tricky part is this actually. Turn off the music. I think it's the deep thinking that I should be in. Go casual about this. It's a bit of tricky topic. Now, in even in the same part of the world, depending on the time of the year, sun will set either at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. That Days will be getting longer during summer. That summer doesn't necessarily, well, the summertime usually for the northern hemisphere is sometime between May and September. But for the southern hemisphere, everything is, you actually have winter time during, you have winter time in the southern hemisphere, opposite in the northern hemisphere at the same time of the, which actually changes when the sun rises and sets. So if we have a set location here, this is actually describing the whole sun's, well, I'm saying it like sun's rotation around Earth. It's the perception that the sunrise is here, and we put the sunrise icon here. Okay, my mind is running in different directions. I think by describing what I thinking, it not be conveying the message. Just going to take some stuff here and then talk about it as I'm sure. Something pleasant about this. This detail right now doesn't. This kind of doesn't. Is there an up version of this? This is about sunset, sunrise. This is from Free Pick. Good. 64. Selected. We are gonna give attribution. Come into Figma. Bring those two things in. Good. We need the full sun icon. I can use my own, but can I search from this user? I mean, they have over like close to 2 million icons. Sun. So it actually follows the same art direction. It actually has an almost square-like sort of. There's a thick stroke orange, yellow inside. Suppose we could use this. Just spend another minute find style we seeking. Can I just use my own? I could use my own. Which one of these I actually. It's important. Premium. Yeah, I think I'll use mine. At some point, this will actually turn into a component icon. We'll see. So he doesn't have the same oomph, but Also, what if we actually moon? Maybe I'll do noon. The, instead of sun, there is a more depicted thing. We need something like this. Something nice color. I kind of like this. Could even be this. I don't. Let's also go for noon. But you search noon here from a different provider, maybe. Anyway, where's the moon? What you downloaded? Here's the noon. First of all, the size is kind of off. Now we here. This will actually need some kind of we need to know the indicator there, like where the sun is and how far off is it from sunrise or. Now I think I'm going to put on the music. Think about it. Let's make it 40 pixels. Yeah, they are balanced. We'll need some background to reveal the sort of. If I put it here, you'll see there's some water feature underneath the sun. So I'm thinking because east 3 o'clock, the right side, sunrise, it's going to move this way. Now that's kind of weird because normally as time progresses, you would like to see the clock way, clockwise. Because I kind of want to introduce a thing that actually fills this in. And then because I was saying the time of the day is not fixed in the sense that 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. is not sunrise and sunset, respectively. These should also move along the circle. So imagine this. If this area is 3 p.m. or 3 a.m., or let's say sunset, 6 p.m., it's midnight, moon. Uh, this is because now we also have to account for the 24-hour cycle. Because I don't think we'll do AM PM. Because we are going with metric system, and if possible, we should go for 24-hour cycle. So the conventional way is, of course, if this is 6 in the morning, then these two will collapse at some point when it's the perfect 12-hour day. That would make this silly and very complicated. I'm thinking maybe change this arc. The arc is the same, but this still same arc. But this is actually filling out. This is going to be hard to design here in a static way because I'm thinking of the animation. So what if what if okay, this is the 24-hour mark. This is noon. So 12 hours here, 12 hours here. 6 in the morning, 6 in the evening. It's 06 hours, 18 double O, 12 double O, 24 double O. And we will have the clock time here. For Sun Pro, take this. This will also need a year value. Of course, huge. Some kind of marker here that's actually going around along this circle. And then, because it's this, it's actually okay that to see, like, okay to see this. When this hits 1828, we will move this to this. You know, I think I found it. Still going to be tricky though. I think we may not need this because this is a special case. Sometimes you get to see moon during the day too, and when it, especially after sunset, you could actually see the moon. This has no real meaning. This is probably when we'll ask the player to stop gardening, at least maybe 1 or 2 hours after it. So this has no functional bearing. This actually has visual flavor. So normally, so 0 hour, noon, 6 o'clock, perfect. So sunrise, it's still moving clockwise, awesome. So now in winter, these two will come along here because sun rises later and sets earlier. So this is going to be coming here. This is normally 9 o'clock, but sun will set at like 5 or 6 o'clock in the winter. In the summertime, this will approach this area. So we'll have some kind of marker. Again, in the summer, you are going to have early sunrise. And even this will fluctuate a bit. We'll do some real geographic calculation here and there based on latitude, longitude. So in a sense, we should be allocating some kind of invisible space here so that these icons could move freely. This circle may have to be shrunk a bit to accommodate for too much this space. Um, okay, getting there. If this works and it's not going to be compatible with the rest of the displays, we may have to put this here. And then players' other properties such as cache and fast forwarding here and there. Maybe the time controls will be here altogether. So let's focus on this first and finish it. It's an arbitrary head. Nice. It's white actually. Really nice light green color. Very, very light. Right now we have 4 speed icons. There's pause, normal speed, fast speed 1 and fast speed 2. So 4 buttons. Can we squeeze 4 buttons here? Maybe I don't think we'll be messing up with this area. There will be an upper limit here. So maybe I'll put those 2 buttons there. Let's just pretend I'm putting those 2 buttons. Where's the button? Here. I could actually make round buttons. Oops. Everything is kind of round now, right? Shift H. Let's make a few basic buttons here. Actually, this is what state normal, but I'm not exactly showing. Let's go to components. Context menu icon. Now that I'm using round icons anywhere else, this doesn't really need to be called context menu icon, does it? This is just a round icon, and we have its space and disabled state. And I will have to create the disabled states of these icons anyway. It's a future job, but for now, let's create pause the game, normal speed, fast speed 1 and 2. Seek some inspiration. Now we know pause the game is basically the classic two icons, two bars. We are actually going to use something like this for stopping the music. We already have something for that here. This is for the previous music, pause the music, next piece. Um, but then we kind of thought of these as the fast forward buttons too. For um, fast speed. Let's see what comes up. Interesting. Maybe I'll keep the this for the music. Doesn't make much sense in music. Speed up the game. Search another. Next music arrow. Maybe there's something I can use that is that has a separate meaning than time speeding icon. Okay. Next music. Let's next music button. Pretty much the same idea. Maybe contextually, the player will understand that they are controlling time. The same kind of button here will give them the idea that they are actually controlling. Hourglass might be this. This actually conveys the speed. I can definitely change the lines here to convey the message that it's going faster. This is nice. I think I'm going to go with something that I imagine. Having this kind of gauge, but with this has sort of a square bottom. I'm putting four buttons here. They are basically labeled like 0, 1, 2, 3 as the speed factors. How can we incorporate that in here? because now that kind of see. Yeah, this area is basically it's fine. Let's think of the music. Okay, my mind went somewhere that I'm actually going to implement this. I'm just going to take this and do it myself here. I have the beginnings of a very cool idea. I might be able to handle everything here. Music control, time control, the time of the day. This is the value. And if possible, putting the cache. Cache is the last thing, but I feel confident that I can handle the rest there. So I need, this is a good start. Copy this. Need to detach this. Detach, okay. Undo, good. So you are just this. This is basically this. We'll cut off. Actually, you have the controls. Perfect. You're awesome. So you are going to be 62.5 and then 22.5. Can we actually handle that here? Thank you. Now I know you're perfectly. Here's that. Change this or not. We'll see. I'll deal with the colors later. Maybe I want a color. We need some kind of dial like this. But more importantly, we will need 4 buttons here. What this shows is not that important right now. I did not create base button. I can either have both or not, but no base button. Okay, I need to detach this anyway. Bye. X button ungroup. Oops, sorry. Something that looks like this that we will. This will have those speed icons. The 1, 2, 3, 4 makes me think that I actually could have done that here. Just type 1. See what happens. Yeah, beyond a certain point, the component is not allowing. Let's look at the build container. That makes sense because you want that. Twenty-one is the size there. It's deformed. This may actually show that double parts here. We need round shape. A bit bigger. Something similar, but we can't really have a dial for music. This is kind of misleading me. So first of all, you go away. This sort of misleading me. This is going to sort of this here. Then nothing really looks tidied up. Whether we have this dial here, showing how fast it is. Buttons look now. Said I would have some kind of indicator which will actually be kind of sweeping thing, but it's maybe a different color. It's actually kind of here, here. Okay. Now I'm actually thinking if this is going to be paused, why do we need another dial? But then where do you put the speed control? This area is kaput. I mean, this had that same problem. And I think writing this cache here, okay, squeeze this in here. Yeah, I don't think it'll have this much cache. $sign. Okay, we'll swap these. Better. Color change can be made. That's all fine. May even have a stroke. The viewer actually said maybe we need a settings button. Sort of the like the menu button. Yeah, if we can pull this off, that we cramp everything in one area, we may have to have this in here, so we can have something else. What's the size of this? 120. I think in this case you have to make it 1.5 times sweep. You have this um, 50. What's this? Sweep. You like 40%. And when I do it this way, it's the ratio, inner ratio. Sweep. So sweep 30% of it. Be minus 35 to 35 center. Anyway, there's probably some I see. 565 cents. Start at minus 30, minus. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, start. Start is 0. I see. Well, da. Start at 270, which is, this is all I see. Start at 0, 90. Start at 250. Sweep 45 degrees. It's gonna be all wrong. Uh, 215. I want to sweep. This is wrong. 15%. What do you mean 15%? This is not degree. This is percent. 15%. 30% is here. Then 120%. This. When you say 50%, I this way. See, if they actually did this angle, then I would actually know the angle. Well, how the fuck am I supposed to do? Know how much percent it's supposed to sweep? of the remaining area. So from like 0, 90, 180 to 15. Sense. Shift R. See, you think it's actually horizontally balanced, but it's not. I can actually see it with my own eyes. This bottom is never going to meet here. This is going to be something like 32, 31 something. Be awkward. Never going to be precise. This is a whole other game. Bill is this was actually the next stuff here. We will have weather conditions in our discussion. Might be missing something. Weather system, sound controls. Here economics is the doing with the cat. Go through some other action. Clicking the house and you want to change the world, meaning city you play in. That is the menu button or the it's fine too. Maybe the geography. Maybe we will need another button to display your hardiness zone, climate information, which is kind of the button for weather, but get the details. We may actually need two more buttons here. Definitely one. Weather condition and or info button. Too many options there. That cache plus control. Separate this. Actually, no, that was the cache plus the. Maybe we'll make the cache part clickable. And that will actually. That should write that. Now it's clear. Time display. That's where we are having the. This is in a sense done. Time display is kind of done. Speed controls is not quite done. Now, part of me wants to divide this into 4 quadrants here. To actually lay out these buttons. It's like the speed thing. I think most of the time players may use keyboard shortcuts. Should still offer those buttons. So what are the options? We have 4 here. Pause. This I'm not so sure. Skip is okay. At least 2. This is the round icon base. I may have to simplify this. Create a copy of. Going to be an interesting. Okay, let's get going with this. Let's see. We will try to create these buttons. Rotation here is awkward. Estimate it. Or do it this way, say okay, what if we did this 5%? Because it kind of doesn't make sense. This has a text that is rotated. Going to look up. This will now have as color. Let me first do the. Why do you have such an awkward? Oh, because you were initially. The problem is when I export this, is going to look like. Okay, at least it calculates it. In some cases, with the sum that I did, this one. Yeah, it takes that empty space too. I don't. This may have to be redone. Copy paste. Now this is going to be starting from 100 and welcome to the percentage problem. 215 we said 5% of 360 is what? 15 degrees, 15 to 33. So yeah, then maybe we'll have 18 to 35. 20 degrees more. 45. 265. 255. 75. So those four might be my game speed icons. Underneath, could have the music control. Actually, has at least two buttons. Now, of course, because of the angles, they all have to change. Um, to, okay, let's start with this one. I want this to be What if they took 20%, 20-degree angle? 20 over 360 is what? 1/18th. Sort of 5%. What I'm kind of doing anyway. 5% of 360 is 18 degrees. And then I'm compensating the gaps of 20 degrees. So this is essentially 20 degrees less than 360. Going to be 340. Because it's zero. Sorry, this is 270. Should be 250. Then this is going to be 330. Going to be, this is going to be 70. This is going to, now they are centered. So we will duplicate these buttons, copy paste them up. Now I'm planning to put the music icons somewhere here. Maybe the game controls icon. So what did we say? Time display is done. Speed controls, we are doing four settings. Music controls, maybe 2 buttons. Menu settings, that's maybe 1 button. And then weather condition and hardness on. I think that might be the 4th. Now the way circular buttons work here, there will be the inner circle and outer circle. More like it's Freemasons. Let's play with these things. Now we talked about this inner ratio, sort of adjusting the height and such. That being said, we can also adjust this width and height. I think that will define how it's like how much gap is there? Then 641 to 649, there's like 8 pixels. Well, might be a bit too much. This definitely has to change. Indeed, let's actually change that. This gap is just huge here. We do Shift R. Okay. This, based on this, I think we could go for 170. I think let's fix everything. Yeah, see, I don't think this is centered. Now it's centered. Go with this then. You are now centered. Something doesn't add up here. Something doesn't add up. This worked. So aligning that. This is 100 and yeah, manually do it. Kind of doesn't match the curve. It never will. Then 30 and the sweep is 5%. Not going to match. It's sort of matching. So 180 was really the good ratio, but I want this to come closer. This is matching. It's aligning to something. What is it aligning? I think I'm going to make all this one single unit. This can align itself. This part. Now if we align it, okay, make you 160. Okay, I think that is the trick. Okay. This gap I think is visually okay for me. Too close, not too far. So all three of you is going to be 160. We're going to have that 74 point. Let's make you 75. It. Okay. Like, oh, I'm actually doing it wrong. Still be doing these three out of the way I initially did it. Once I was happy with this, duplicate it. Said this is always going to be 230, and then we 50. Duplicate it, then 270. Duplicate it, then 290. That's how it's done. Because it's always going to be centered anyway. Because this is the good one. Then I have to find a good one like this. We are going to have a bit of more base bottom section. Then hopefully the total height here, when we make a circle, it's visually. This is the center. Cut here. Duplicate. I think you are going to be 180. This. Clearly this can't be 100. More like it. So that's what I'm talking. Duplicate it. Why are you not duplicating? What did we say? 270. It. We may have to make some small adjustments. There's still some boo-boos. Here it kind of looks awkward. Because I'm still not 100% confident this is. Now it is. Okay, there's still maybe some. That's just me looking at it. Speed buttons. Sound buttons. Game settings. City information. Going to fluctuate. Alternatively, maybe we'll extend these buttons here. We'll see. A question. Let me write text on a let's make the text. Look it up. Figma text follow. I don't think it exists because it's kind of a CSS based application. Arc plugin. Curve your text. Arc might do. Run the oh, it's enough. Put any object. So either way, you need a plugin. Try this. Here. Right click. Really going to matter much. There's no preview either. It is 38. I think our coverage was 5%. I told you. Do you even apply? Oh, I put it there. Oh, but it's distracting it. Destroying it. Distractive. Take this then. And then the angle is do it myself. %. 11%. More sensitive is 12%. 1, 2, 3. -12. -32%. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we have those. I don't need. This lab 10. We tried because it did not have that. Maybe we'll fill this into the silly cog icon. So perfect. I think this is in our. I will have to recreate this with this. Maybe we'll put this here because we need an information. Basically, just letter I. Essentially, this here, I. Did you download it? Yeah, the color will have to be matched. This is what I'm thinking. Time display and speed control. Kind of down. Music control. Menu settings icon. Weather conditioner. Kind of need to display the. Now I might make this area 3 buttons. Music control, just the settings icon. Maybe here just the hardiness on and the weather. Make a version of this. Buttons are redundant. This. So 5. This info button will come. Will go away. Send 20. Have 2% in between. Off. 7% sweep. Starting point is Yeah, this thing is the most awkward thing ever. This sweep. You're bothering to have a start value. Please put an end value. Fuck is sweep. Because this is 270, right? This one. If we do 270 right here. Okay, let's eyeball it. This is basically 102 minus 7% sweep. 7%. Go away. Go away. Thing. The idea here is this. We have 20% sweep. It is now. Yeah, the center business was important for me. Or any one of them has to be centered then. It's just the most obvious. That should not be touched. It's still the same sweep. So we start here. This 130 in the minus is basically 230 get up to 230 is 360 radian 0, right? So we go 90, 180, 230. It's for some reason 130 in the minus. So then we sweep 5%. 5% of 5% of 360, essentially 18 degrees. So we go 18 degrees, and I'm thinking that we should have 2 degrees gap. So we put this at so it's like 18% plus 2, it's 20%. This was 230, so this starts as 210 minus. So following the same logic, you know what? This is actually wrong too, because this finishes to 20% here, not exactly centered. Should have been equally divided 1%. Should be actually going when you do this, everything here has to go 1%. Yeah, the math is kind of correct, but the reference point is. Speaking of which, so we kind of find this point, then go left and right. We need to find the center point. Definitely not here. Is it even centered? We don't know. So 2%, 2%, 2%, 26%. We are dividing the 26% into sort of 3x plus 2y. It's time to do some math. Three entities. Three gaps that should in 3 times 7 is 21, so that means 2.5%. Otherwise, or the gap will be 1%. Have the with 8%. You don't want to deal with this half values here. The sweep is always going to be what, 8%. Okay, sweep will be 8%, which again doesn't make much. Why does this not? Yeah, this angle looks so wrong. This should have matched here. They should have overlapped. Like this center. Oh, okay, because I fucked up the center. I kind of know this is centered. At least it was. It is now. Let's put this here and then do this. See, why are you select this, then this? Why can't we center this? What if it's actually kind of here? I think that's it. This is my measurements. And then 8% sweep. 8% of 160, 360 is 28 and a 8, 28.8. What a fucking mess. Because the whole math is wrong. What is going on here? .6%. 6%. 8%. Okay, I guess my math is completely wrong. I was assuming when what I think there's something funny going on here because I mean it's basic geometry, no? You draw a line from here to its center. because it does. Because that's how it knows this angle. So it actually sweeps 5 degrees. Since each one of these objects is a copy of each other with a different start and end point, but they are all sharing the same center point. Essentially, you are covering 4 times 5 degrees sweeps. So you have 20 degrees. Oh shit. 20 degrees plus 2 degrees, 2 degrees, 2 degrees, 26. Yeah, I'm still right. So then this should cover 26 degrees, which, according to the math, we can either go 3 times 7, which is 21, and you divide the 5% gap to 2.5. So this was 2%, this should have been 2.5%, and yet it doesn't look like that. Because this isn't even as aligned as possible. If I align it, there's almost no gap. Then weird. And if I want to go with 3 times 8, thinking that the remaining 2% will be divided as 1%, and that doesn't even add up because we are not even at 8%. So it's as if this angle is less than this angle, which should be the same alignment here. So I don't want to manually do this. Possible. The whole point of using this. Now this center point is okay. One thing that makes sense is that this 129, this, it kind of match and should match by logic. Whatever is happening will be funny going on. Now one thing I understand that when you say like 5%, same amount of coverage between this, the only difference is the width, which essentially defines where this is. But you draw a line, like I said, they're actually going to be at the same center point. 7%. So cut, duplicate, move yourself. Maybe 101. Doesn't seem right. Maybe 102. Because this is 27. They're 27%. Somewhere there. Too close. B minus 2. Gap is the same. This should be half. Plus 1. B plus half. No, math wise, I think that's the most. The fact that we couldn't come Wait a minute. So mad. Anyway, I think that's the most correct. Yep, we had. Did I delete that? Deleted this. This could just be a straight. No, delete this. Should just be straightened. Brought back to its original size. So go away. Like this. Or can still have this sort of visual. Copy paste. Paste. Sort of in between these two. Similar to this, we are going to have a weather icon here. I'm going to put one example case and I think this looks cuter. But ideally, we should actually have one that has all the conditions. Yeah. Can we actually sure. May do. Let's see. Sunny, cloudy, snowy, rainy, thunder, windy. Could actually have hot summer. Let's look for another one. This might do. It's a bit too flat color. I think this is the one that I like from version of this. We're already using some of this in cloudy, just thunder, rain. I don't like this actually. Was this? Let's start node pack. Distribution is vpic. It's unzipped separately somewhere. Fish. Where am I? Will be enough. Let's put the sunny one. Doesn't work like that, right? It doesn't actually. I'll export the whole thing into a folder. Sunny. This looks different than what I downloaded to. It's different. What? Did I click the wrong thing? I clicked this, but I didn't want to. Okay, I think I was supposed to click. Okay, that's more like it. Here's sun. Let's put the cloudy one. 24. Let's make it 20. Where are you? So this is 998, 24, 12, 98, 39, 138. I'm off 10. Pink. Yeah. 12, 148. I think this is centered. Of course, this stuff needs some kind of a little bit bland. Let's duplicate this if we can actually. So if possible, make this part transparent-ish. This part a little bit more. I think I know how to do that. Radial. Go away. I think we need what? 3 things here. We need the transparent one. 0. Transparent 0. And white 100. It's going to be interesting. I see. So somewhere here, okay. What is this? Somewhere there. What is this? This. So between these two should be between these two should be good. Between these two. Something is not making any sense again. Okay. You are red. 100%. You are black. And you are fucking blue. When you're here, you're at the bottom. Why are you at the bottom? Because you're at the other end. What is this doing? Halfway in between. What if we have another one that is actually this color? You should be 0. Should be 0 too. And this has to be kind of whitish. And you have to get as close as possible to this. Or let's see. We could tuck some of these in because we decide to move them a little bit in few more pixels. Then this is already a problem thing. We'll see. Maybe I'll actually make this myself and then complete the circle, and that's going to be it. Because this already has a rectangular thing. Good enough. I think we've come a long way here. incrementally making it better. This is going to fluctuate here and there. These three things, they will most likely be occupying this lower in a varying angle. I think sometimes sunset is as late as like 9:30. This may actually come a little bit above. This may be like this is 6. Sometimes we have sunrise at 5. So they are never going to be coming this far up. So these two icons will be good enough. I think this is still wrongly placed. Can't quite figure it out yet. Might be because of the shape. Maybe. Because I thought my math there was correct. Anyway, doesn't matter now. I think we have bigger fish to fry. This is maybe too white. Could make that and even maybe if that is too dark, we have even lighter green, which is not exactly white, but almost white. So this has like some red, some sorry, RGB. This has full green, a little bit less red, and even less blue. Either way, I think this may also use a stroke. We already have around some things. Kind of pops it. Because these icons are a bit light color, it says if we kind of need a bit darker shade, or this middle area is contrast. Let's make this. So I think I'm going to need something like this, but this is going to mark, say, like something like this. It's also going to be a bit less here. It's like the night time, right? This is going to follow the same rotation as this. And we need something like this. Then something like this. Holy moly. Let's say it's a bit later like this. Going to be rotated here around this. It's going to be interesting to do this in Godot. Here's your marker. So now this sweep is 0.7%. Sweep. Fucking sweep. So as soon as this hits this marker, then you're and maybe, just maybe, oh, this U16. $890, 180. Maybe covering the quite complicated. And it's actually these icons will be over this. And there are multiple ways to read the value. Here's the clock. Like this acts more like a clock, but here's the value. This is more like 1528. Because if this is morning, this is noon, this is like 9 o'clock. They are kind of here. Still missing something. Not this, but angular, this one. Thing is too fucking green. This whitish area. I think that is revealed because there was already ellipse 30. Remove it. Yeah, there was already this white ellipse here, which is basically just an empty ellipse 4. So disable ellipse 4. I see. You need a base. But this inside fill color is the problem. Do this. Okay. You had the perfect color, sir. Okay. But you should go above this. So you're not affected by the background phase there. The angular rotation. The angular gradients. Alternatively, we might do this. Holy sh! Ah, these buttons are, I see, also covered by I'm trying to access this button here, which I thought was around here, all these buttons. Text button, ellipse. Let's select this and unselect this. Did I lock these buttons? Did I lock those buttons? I don't see anything locked. Why can't I select this stuff? Now, I think I can. Ellipse 27. Here. I think altogether you should be put all the way to the top. Yeah, the object, yeah, ellipse 27. Okay, this too should be grouped as well. Should be put all the way to the top. Then there's this, and somewhere here we need another ellipse. Is what? This ellipse? Unknown. This ellipse? West side, what are you? 29. Group all the way to the top. I'm trying to select this ellipse 27 so I can invert the color. I can also invert these colors. It's a different topic. Gonna be okay. Rotation is all screwed up, that's fine. Alt C, market. Just want you to try something here. This, Control Alt B. I think there was something pleasant about that button style. Ah, There's also an alternative method to display large amount of cache. We could put a K here to show that it's 1,000. That's fine. Not too worried about squeezing stuff here. We may have to change some of the colors and such here. That's fine. Just generally, if I'm happy with this or not. I think if I could squeeze in a few more visual details here and there, it doesn't matter if this is actually solid green. I don't honestly care because this transparency is looking awkward. But if everything is transparent, then the buttons were floating freely. Let's turn you into a solid color. And then group all of you. And then we'll stick you here. Hopefully 10 pixels down. Okay. Let's just look at the interface like this. Get rid of you. You. We already know you. You're just simple silly buttons. Go away. See this in a full screen way. Screen. What was it? Presentation like this? The fuck? Present. Why am I presented? Urban farmer. Why am I only seeing this? Doesn't make sense. Go to this page or whatever that is. I'm only seeing this. Just one frame here. What are you? Present. I have nothing selected or this frame selected. Present. Okay. So if I select this, sense, here's a frame. This whole thing. Present. So why can't you present the whole page like nothing is selected? Here's something selected, not selected. Everything. Present pages. As simple as that. Presentation view. If there are prototyping connections, Figma will only display those frames with yeah. Silly. I don't understand this. Okay, present. I don't care about devices. Just to display the whole thing as one image. I don't remember selecting any connections. What connections are we talking about? Device, no device. Presentation, fill. This is what this is about? Okay, but now you are being even more silly. You're not filling everything, but with just one thing that is silly. None. Select a frame or object in a frame and use the circular nodes to reconnect whatever. I don't want to create a connection. Just run the whole thing, man. Starting frame. No frame. I'm a frustrated Figma user right now. I've been loving this tool, but something so simple. Because imagine I kind of want to take a screenshot of this and send to a person, whatever. Am I being unrealistic about my approach here or ask? Selected leaf button. Leaf buttons selected. Not really. It's here, but I don't have it selected. That may be the only thing that actually has an match export. Save a local copy. The Figma file. Export frames to PDF. Which is the same silliness. Like it's ignoring the whole page and only displaying this in present. Sitting there right now. Something so simple. Bizarre. Presentation view. Let's watch some tutorial. Oh, what the? Okay, they are using those frames as the presentation frames, slides. Could actually do arrow, left, right arrow. That is not what I'm looking. Uh-uh. This is not what I was. Not at all. Not at all. It's as if I kind of want to take a screenshot of. Now you might wonder why. I mean, that I'm actually looking at the screen. Do I need a screenshot for myself? Well, I want to send it to someone. They said share. Sure. Maybe I'll create a copy of this. Kind of visually compare it myself. Problem is this: like I want to see this 100%, but kind of fit the whole screen. I don't want to see the Figma's interface. Just want to see a big ass image. That's it. That's the problem. I don't want to see this interface. Can I hide that interface? You? There's some kind of like hide everything. Preview, show, hide URL. This is the one. Okay. How do I get the UI back? There was a shortcut there. I kind of almost as big as my screen. If I hit F11, I can still scroll with my mouse. It can be. Looking okay, but not really strong. This is strong here. This is feeble. It's a good start. This has that vibrant color with the corners and stuff. Maybe we'll add this kind of might do that. And that will make like maybe it needs a bigger frame there. That might be it. That's it. Everything is legible. I like that. We see the weather icon, we see the information icon, we see the time of the day. Worst case scenario, if we realize that this top part doesn't, it's sort of like cluttered here. We may cut it off and then snap that flat part to the top. And we may immerse the rotation here so that they are not laid out in this direction, but they are going to be laid out at the bottom. So the total height might be the same, but then we want to have this sort of, this is not exactly wasted space, but everything will be sort of squared out here and making a semicircle look like this. That's the alternative version. This was an alternative version to this, but I think this has information thing, which was needed. Sort of tucked in here in a bizarre position, and this was also missing the weather icon. Speaking of which, we also need so we may have to go with that bottom sort of extended display. But for the time being, let's create that frame, and I might call it a night. If I press F11 again, Figma, if I do, how do I get the, I think it was Control Shift some slash or whatever, I will refresh the page. View, it's Control slash 0 Control slash. You learn everything, you learn something every day. This panel is a nice thick stuff. Let's pull the panel here so I can qualities of it. This Control Alt C. Now ungroup. This is the problem part, right? This has only one stroke, one basic fill. This actually has that quite good fill, linear fill. I'll have to do that with radial. Actually, speaking of which, this is the one we need. It is Control Alt C, this Control Alt V, and I have to enlarge that circle. Also tighten the area. Something like this. I did that. Similar to this idea, right? I did it. Of course, it's not centered. I'll undo and I'll do this. Yeah, this is going to look skewed here intentionally because make it more obvious so that that's it. That's the strong. The color here is white. That's why it's here look awkward. Whether they are pure white or some whitish color is discussed. Maybe the stroke color should be F. Problem though, when I did the inside, that nice greenish color, it has changed. Medium, this part, right? That still has to be this light. I think dinner is a thing, so